Right. So, I'm still in the middle of setting up, but this is going to be one of the first ones that I've actually like scheduled and showed up. Sunday I forgot that I had a soccer game that I was going to go watch, but yeah, I could give this one a go. So today's going to be co-working Sundays, or probably Saturdays for a lot of people. Those are going to be my like fire red leaf brain day. But yeah, still setting up. Main thing for today will just be, we're going to do probably about 5-6 hours of streaming. We'll see how my energy goes. My energy has been kind of iffy the last few days, but I'm going to be working on some of the like branding and I say business plan, but it's going to be a very loose definition of that because I don't feel like I need an actual business plan because I'm not like presenting it to people and stuff, or like giving it to a bank or whatever. I just need enough to be able to like know what it is that I want to like do and how I want to talk about things with the other project. I'm going to be working on that during our focus time. I also want to try, and we'll see how many people actually show up so I can do this with people because that's kind of the whole point. The contexto and words on stream. I want to give those a go. I haven't actually set them up yet, but yeah, would like to give them a go. And yeah, I don't know, we'll see how it goes. I also need to double check. My desk is actually a mess right now. So my journal, ooh, so sorry. I'm actually putting it on the slip for that one because that would have been loud, and whoever's watching the VOD, sorry about that. I hope it gets cancelled out by whatever processing. I'm gonna tidy all this stuff up. Need all my things in the right places. But yeah, so I've still got to do a couple of like the normal sitting on stream things, and oh, my energy drink is gone. I would have really liked more of that. I'm still quite tired. But yeah, we got a bunch of the standard stuff that I need to quickly do, like clearing out that task list, cleaning all that up. Still need to do my little like message for what we're doing today. I did though, I set up this thing, which I think will be nice. It's just having the little on mute thing. I don't know, I hope it's going to be somewhat clear. I'm looking at the like little preview on the Twitch like stream manager thing, and it's not super clear when it's like little. Maybe I need to choose a more legible font that compression isn't gonna screw around with. We'll see. But it's the main part. This is on mute. Seems legible enough. I think mobile's gonna be a pain. Anyway, so needed all those bits and pieces. I have had a pretty all over the place day today because I had one of those days where you gotta do a bunch of stuff, and every single time you gotta do something, there's an extra step. I can also take this one off. Every time you gotta do a thing, there's an extra step. And for a lot of those things today, the extra step is like, go to this place sometime in the next few weeks. And so a lot of stuff I was trying to get done today could now take so much longer, which is incredibly frustrating, but that's okay. I do have a plan. I've got all of it written down. We'll see how it goes. It is okay. But yeah, we'll see. So for today, actually, yeah, I still want to set up the lurk command before I get into anything. I'm going to actually do what's in that task, that remaining task. Was it stream elements? Whoops. No. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to set up a better position for my microphone compared to my mouse. But yeah, we'll see. trying to figure out exactly what my like steps for the day are gonna, well, for the night for me, but trying to figure out exactly what steps for the day I'm gonna be doing. I'm also really curious because I set up stream elements because Staffer, thank you if you watch this VOD or something, for suggesting that one. We'll see. I've set up some timers and stuff in the chatbot to remind people, hey, like you just like let me know if you're lurking and stuff. But that helps create presence. Actually, I don't know if I wrote that well enough to be clear on that part. Well, we'll see. I have a lot of trouble with my first pass of writing things sometimes, where I'm just way too wordy. Okay, so we need a new command called lurk for everyone. Because, do we want everyone or do I want, yes, everyone, because there isn't like a different role. And then what's the way they do variables? Yeah. Use icon in the guide. No, what? Cinder? Let's see. Pane. Okay, user. Access. Where is Send. That's the one I want. Cool. So I want to have sender is just lurking and keeping people company with their warm presence. Hopefully, you know, we can move those. So hopefully not. Mute the mic while I move. There you go. That should be a bit easier. I'll stop bumping into everything. Oh, I lie. There you go. That should now be easier and I just bump into everything. Okay, so we're gonna have. Yay! It does actually work. Cool. Nice. And there should also be, so yeah, there's going to be 2 timers. One of them will be, I want to see how the chat lines thing works in this, but one of them is going to be every 50 minutes. It's just like, cool. So I've managed to hit 3 out of 4 of the criteria for affiliate. I just need to get the rest of the followers, which I thought was really fun. I was like, cool. Actually, I don't know if that's normal, but like, I'm kind of happy that I had enough concurrent viewership to hit that criteria. Not that it's a huge number or anything. I think it's like, you need 4 days. We had on average over 3. But I don't know, I felt like that was nice. It also was like a nice reminder of like, yes, you have actually had a few really lovely interactions in streams now. But cool, so that time I should go off every 50 minutes if there has been at least 5 chat messages. And then there is also a vibes reminder because I wanted people to know it's okay to lurk and stuff, just like let us know, because that way it has the presence, the company aspect. I think at some point I wouldn't mind like having like a here's who's lurking. Oh, that kind of feels like the defeats the purpose. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I feel like it's a very let the community drive it thing. Which actually I'm just thinking of, sadly today I have different ways of like getting the dopamine I need to get stuff done. One of them is listening to music incredibly loudly, because I am very lucky because my housemates don't work from home, and so I can just blast it incredibly loud. But the other way is to then go like hang out in those like co-working chats and stuff like that, and do my little participation there. And I really enjoy getting to hang out there. And unfortunately, whatever way I start the day is usually the way that I end the day as well. So I didn't get to go hang out in any of those little communities today, which actually makes me really sad. I wonder if there's a way I can get my brain to balance that. But yeah. Anyway, so let's do a video done. And I'm also done with that one. Yeah, done. I hope all the bot commands don't count as the chat lines thing. That's okay. Also, yeah, the Pokemon thing. I need to figure that out because I want it to only really be active if there's like people doing stuff and hanging around. We'll see how it goes. It was very interesting watching the stuff over yesterday. Try and like have a go at it. I feel like they've now worked it out further than I have. That reminds me, I wanted to follow this stuff because they said they were streaming as well. Do not. I don't want to play their audio. Oh, look at, yay! Yeah, let's give them a follow. I would love to go check out their vibe. Cool. But all right. Yeah, cool. So we've got tasks all cleaned up. So what are we actually doing today? So I need my journal. Yeah, so main thing for me today. Oh no, poor Wilma didn't get caught. No friend for Wilma. Main thing for me today is going to be working on. Ooh, I made a fun noise. Working on the brand and like business plan stuff for my other project. I say other project, like this is a project. This is just like a hobby that I enjoy. And that's gonna help because tomorrow, I think I had planned. Where's my phone? Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna start setting up all of the tools and the websites and stuff that I need. It's gonna suck because it means I have to pay for things, and I've been trying to put that off. But that's okay. Hell. But I will deal with that tomorrow. The main thing for today is like getting like a business plan. It's more around like positioning and making sure that I know how I want to talk about it on the website, and when I'm setting up all those tools and stuff, like any bits and bobs that I need to like put in descriptions, or I need to make choices around, you know, what would be better for serving that like client base and stuff. I need to make sure I actually like have a good idea of like what I want as like the first couple of months to try. I think a thing that I've learned in my time running businesses or running, you know, products and projects and stuff for people, whatever, like you gotta have a solid idea of what you're gonna start with, but you gotta be so ready for that to change. And so I don't want to like get too stuck down and like, cool, this is what the next like 12 months are gonna look like, blah blah blah. Like, I just want, you know, here's the first thing that I'm gonna try. It allows me to connect with people, allows me to get out there, and I'm gonna see, does it work? And that's the bit that I need to know, is like, am I getting any sort of like, ooh, I can see that my stream potentially froze. I'm not sure if, no, it's just on my stream manager it froze. That was weird. So you can see on the other device that it's fine. That was weird. That was odd. The video on like the stream manager for Twitch just completely froze for a sec. My stomach has been a bit ugh today. What was I saying? Brain is gone. Oh yeah, business. So I want to get to that point where it's like, cool, here is my hypothesis, here's what I'm going to go for. Here's, and it must include, this is like what way I'm going to engage with the world. Like that is a really, 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 really important part. If I don't have at least that engagement with the world, then that hypothesis of what the business is going to be is just pointless, because I'm just going to be sitting there coming up with crap in my own head, and it's just not going to validate crap. So I'm going to have what I'm going to validate with the world, and then how am I going to know, like, what do I need out of that? What am I expecting from that in order for that to be like a success? What kind of stuff do I need to do, like pivot or like do something different if it does get to a point where it's either obvious that it's not working? Like basically what are my signals that things are going to happen? We do a lot of this sort of stuff whenever we're like coming up with a feature idea or a product idea of like, not like full A/B testing and stuff, but like that kind of idea of like, how do I go and bring something to the world and know that they are engaging with it in a certain way, and then measure that. And measurement is a hard one because sometimes you do want to do like qualitative testing, blah blah blah. Of course, there's a fucking spam bot. That's unfortunate. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. So yeah, not gonna be full business plan, kind of like, but I am going to like kind of treat it like a little test, a little experiment. And so I want to get to that point. I also, in order to do that properly, there are some like foundational stuff around like what is the core like value that I think that I'm going to be providing, what is the branding that's going to be associated with that. I've already done some price structuring and stuff, but I want to review that based on what I then define, and then I will use that to start figuring out like, cool, what do I need to run that business in that process, which is what will happen tomorrow, where I start like setting things up. I've already got a fairly good idea. It's not like it's anything super amazingly custom or anything, or anything super special, but I still want to make sure I know whether things are going to be like the right fit, if that makes sense. So I don't know, we'll see how it goes. But anyway, so that's going to be my stream for most of today. My video over here has paused again. That's so weird. I don't know why. But that's gonna be my stream for the most of today. I'm gonna like write up a little message now that sort of like pins that, explains that. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I will be coming off mic if people come in, like say hi or come to the chat, particularly for the first time. Or you know, if I'm lucky enough to have a little raid again or something like that, that'd be wonderful. But yeah, those sorts of moments. Otherwise, I'm going to be in text chat, and just working away on that stuff. And I will come off mute during the break. I think we're going to do well, I've got the 50-10, so we can set, but I'm gonna set the Pomo to, I'm gonna say 0.5. I'm a bit wary of my energy, so I might dip out if because that's 5 hours, and that would be, I'm gonna do it to 0.4 actually. I'm gonna call it now and just be like, that's 0.5 is probably too much for me tonight. I think I had some good intentions to take care of myself more than I did today. But yeah. There will also definitely be a point where I dip out for a little bit and I go and do some stuff around the house. I actually might do that for part of this first one, and just come back, and because I got to do some stuff, like we've got bins coming by tomorrow, blah blah blah. The coming by tomorrow to pick up the bins. So I'm gonna go take those out, but so I might quickly pop off to do that stuff and keep an eye on chat on my phone. But otherwise, I'm gonna say, J stream, co-working, focus times with cinders. They're working on side projects. And we'll disappear for cause occasion. I'm really bad at spelling. On mute during focus, except to say to welcome people. Please, you can work to just work. I love to chat there. Yeah. And we'll be chatting in the we could in chat and talkative during break. Let me know if, wow, my Twitch dashboard thing is really freaking out. We know if you want to play words on stream. The games during the break. Cool. All right. Well, I am going to start the timer. And yeah, I'm going to very quickly pop downstairs, and make sure the bins have been taken out. What did I say? 50-10. Then yeah, I'll come back and I'll get started on my business plan stuff. I will be checking chat while I'm not on screen. Yeah, I'll be back really soon. I probably won't be away for more than 5 minutes at a time if I'm ever not sitting here. Cool. All right, let's go. We can do yeah, 50 minutes. I need to refresh this one briefly. But yeah, we'll do 50-10. We've got 4 pomos today. I might stay a little bit longer afterwards and just hang out. But yeah, I'll be hanging out in chat. I'm going to be gone for maybe 5 minutes. But otherwise, I don't know what just happened there. My screen jumped around. I don't know what's going on with the Twitch manager. But yeah, I'll be back soon. If anyone's hearing, can actually make sure that's actually readable. That'd be nice to know. But yeah, I'll be back in just a minute. I'm just gonna go do some chores. Oh, I haven't done my backlog yet. I'll do that first. Hello, hello. I hope anyone hanging around and back inside a good Pomo. I dilly-dallied at the end there because I was like, if you were watching the actual video of the stream, I was just messing around with the overlay because I was finding it really frustrating having to be very careful about. I shift around a lot. And I was finding it really hard to be careful of like not getting stuck behind this overlay here. So I've moved it all around. But I had a lot of success. I figured out what I want to do tonight in terms of my business plan. I remember to actually update my stream topic because I had the fun of, as soon as I wrote business plan in there, I'm like, because I put the air quotes around it, the quotation around it, but I felt awkward about that. Still, because it's just business plan, I don't think it has a lot of connotations of like, all right, we're gonna get into this, and it feels very hustle culture. And I know it's a required thing for blah blah blah, talking to banks, etc. That's not what I'm doing. And oh boy, hello. I am doing good. I am very curious how anyone else has been hanging around, how their Pomodoro went. Yeah, I'm doing well. I tried to do a little stream last night. I had some really good conversations with someone called Mustafa, and that was really, really lovely. I am really enjoying all those little moments at the moment where I get to just, I don't know, have those little odd one-on-one conversations where someone just like pops in, because there's not many people that join these yet, and so it feels very intimate. It's nice. But how you been? How's all, like, I think it's been, I'm trying to remember when my past week has been like a blur, but how has things been since we last talked? Since you last came and joined. We've also got the stuff who very rarely so, and has been mentioned by other people as well, is like to set up a Discord where you can have nice little hanging out and chatting and stuff in between, and start like finding my joke of the brand of like the campsite where we can all just like sit and chill and have little chats, but as a little space to like, especially if I don't want to stream, I just kind of want to play games with people. If people want to come play games or something, that'd be great. But yeah, how have you been? What's been going on? I had some level of success with my Pomodoro, trying to break down. It's working on D&D stuff. Ooh, what's the, how deep do you have to go for the job interview stuff? Like, actually, if you're trying to distract yourself, maybe this is a question to ask, so feel free not to answer that question. But like, yeah, how's the you like writing extra for the campaign and stuff? That's the Cannibal Island one, right? But yeah, was breaking down my business plan stuff. Ooh. Oh, I am wishing you so much luck. I want to ask so many more questions, but I also don't want to like get you to think about it when you're thinking about distracting yourself. So know that I'm really curious, and you're allowed to share as much as you would like to, and I would love to hear it, but I also don't want you to feel like you have to. Let's go, just gonna reread what it's about anyways. Yeah, nice. But yeah, is the D&D stuff just like, yeah, expanding on the campaign, and like getting the next, you know, bits and pieces. Oh wait, am I remembering the Horror Island incorrectly? Maybe that was just a one shot. But yeah, I was doing my business plan before, and I or business plan. I don't need it for like talking to a bank or talking to whatever thing for the other project I'm doing. But I do, my stream manager keeps pausing and freaking me out because I can see that it says excellent, and as far as I can tell, what you guys are getting is fine, but the stream manager keeps like pausing and freaking out. What was I saying? The business, yeah. So I don't need like an actual business plan, but I do like having a sort of like, I want to know what I'm gonna dedicate myself to for a little while, and rather than having like this undescribed thing for too long. I find that if I don't set some degree of direction for myself, then I'll kind of just keep doing whatever and not really make a lot of progress with things. So I want to kind of get the basics out. So like the current like top one is just like, cool, what is it that I'm actually solving? Trail rehabilitation, thank you. Huh? You did tell me about this in my brain. I think I was, if you couldn't tell, I was incredibly tired last time you were on and I was streaming. I was still really struggling. So I remember all of it the second that the ball got triggered. I just fully was spacing until then. Thank you. I appreciate people's patience with my sleepy brain. That's gonna be so lovely though. I think I said last time, it's like I have friends that have been doing that kind of stuff for a while and they just fucking love it. I was gonna ask, why are you up at 125? And then I'm like, you're thinking about the interview. You're trying to distract yourself. We're doing some sleep procrastination here because brain needs something else. But they seem to like really enjoy it, and it's also just like, I don't know, it's such a nice job of just like getting to go be out in nature and create these spaces. And I just, because from memory you were in the US, but I know like, or not know, but my understanding is there is like a bunch of like, yeah, how that trail rehabilitation stuff and plays into like the park management or like forest management. I forget like the terms, but, and I think most of my understanding of that kind of stuff from like the US side comes from there's this book, it's one of my favorite books and I'm completely forgetting the name of it. Secret Life of Trees? Life of Trees. What? Hidden Life of Trees. And I absolutely love that book so much. Like I literally just put it on to sleep sometimes because I love hearing about all the bits and pieces. Oh, super sweet bot. I'm chatting. Dang it. I do want to try and follow Super Sweet Bot a little bit tonight, but that's really exciting though. I agree on distraction. I think distraction is very good to make sure you don't overfocus and worry yourself too much and actually get to take care of yourself. But I hope you also, yes, get the take care of yourself part, and it's not, 2 a.m. when you fall asleep. I'm hoping you actually get to go to bed soon. But yeah, so I am going to be working on, for anyone that say this before I like go back on mute, but so I'm currently working on my I'm gonna be up at 7 anyway. It's only 5.5. My math is bad. 6.5? 5.5. 5.5 hours left. Therefore, there is any amount of hours left. But yeah, before I go back on mute, my like focus for today is going to be on this business plan. I say anti-hustle business plan in the the topic because it's very much focused on taking care of myself while I try and achieve something, rather than here is the thing that I'm going to dedicate myself to no matter what, and just like hard go after, where I very purposely say like, cool, this is what I am. Oh, cool, the timing thing does work. I might shorten that message. That's a long message. I like to set myself constraints and direction and stuff like that, so I have a guidance for myself. And I know for me, when I'm getting too far off track and I need to be kind and like reassess where I'm at, because I might be putting into a bunch of energy into things that don't matter because of my history of like being deep in hustle culture stuff and just like going after opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. So I want to be kind to myself by being like, cool, this is the scope. This is very kindly like where you're going to spend your time, as well as like setting very clear experiments that I'm going to give a go. Very sort of like, not A/B test kind of thing, but like, you know, that kind of vibe. Same way when I, you know, used to work in tech, how we might approach those kinds of experiments, not necessarily how we execute them, but I want to be like, how am I going to impact the world? Like, not in like a big way, like what is my interface with the world? How do I measure that is having the change that I want it to have? And most of the change for a business of mine is probably going to be like, am I performing the way that I want to perform and affecting the people? And are those people hanging around and paying me money? But on that, I also want to make sure I have constraints. I want to have guardrails. I want to have ways that I won't behave, or that I won't, things I won't allow for, that are like, cool, this experiment's failing because it requires something outside of those parameters. And these are a bunch of ways that we can like set up like business plans and that sort of stuff. I still want to look at like competitors, blah, 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 understand the space and the local environment and where people are going, etc. But most of this is going to be about how do I take care of myself and guide myself over the next few months while I'm like trying these things out and getting started, so that way I don't go off the rails completely. Because it's one of those things that I was talking about it last night. Like, I've had a lot of success with business in the past, but in the more traditional sense, not in the personal sense. I used to run agencies that made a ton of money, but I didn't make a ton of money and I was fucking exhausted. That was a wild time, and I, like, air quotes, accomplished a lot. Did I actually gain much beyond like the experience of going through that? Not really. So I've learned since then to be a bit kinder to myself and like avoid that hustle mindset, because it's not worth it 90% of the time. And even if you are like winning in that mindset, it's usually not that actually like successful personally. It just looks good. I had a lot of people think I was really, really good at, well, look, I was really, really good at things, but I was really good at things that helped other people and not me. I want to make sure that I actually get to take care of myself when I'm doing these kinds of things, and do all of that in ways that give value and love and care to the people I'm going to try and help while I'm doing this business. So that's the goal. That's why I'm doing this business plan, like quotes. But yeah, see how it goes. So for anyone that's lurking around or hanging out, please feel free to say hi in the chat whenever you like. If you don't want to be engaged with it all, feel free to also just like do the lurk command, just to make sure that, you know, I get to at least know that you're here and other people get to know you're here and your presence is felt without you having to feel like you have to engage. because you definitely don't have to engage. But otherwise, I am obviously, well, maybe not obviously, but I do love a chat. I'm very chatty. If you're a first timer or you like saying hi and haven't been around for a couple of streams, then I will definitely come off mic and say hello. But otherwise, I'll usually be in chat. And again, still very chatty in there. But I'll be like focusing and doing my stuff at the same time. I am going to go on mute in a second. I've got my little panel for it as well now. But please make sure that you have some water, take your meds. You got your night meds, boy, make sure to take your night meds. Yeah, just check in with yourself, check in with your body, check in with what you need. If you're just here to have some chill music or have the conversation in the background, then I hope you enjoy it. Yeah. But otherwise, if you are focusing, I hope the next Pomo goes well. I'm going to actually get started because it's been 8 minutes into the Pomo. And I'm very bad with time management because it's my brain. I'll be back off mute in the next break, or if someone comes and says hi. Hello, hello. We haven't seen you around these parts before. Cinders. I'm Cinders. Do you... it's my dream. That's the right energy to come to this stream with. That is what we're doing here. First, Nicodemus. Is that how I would say your username? I am, yes, I'm non-binary. Nicodemus, nice, cool. But yeah, welcome. So yeah, my dream at the moment. I'm very curious also to hear some of yours. Please tell me as much about yourself as you like. But my dream at the moment is to make this little community. I really love the co-working category here on Twitch. A particular space I want to try and curate and help exist in that is taking the really lovely presence and stuff that exists and the warmth of like being around other people and encouragement that comes with that, even virtually, and having that also for discovering what you love and want to do and enjoy and like what makes you feel good. And because I spent like a very, very, very long time not paying attention to that part of myself, not giving any love to that. And so, yeah, I'd be really curious about like what you're currently finding that you love and enjoy and you know, or rediscovering that you love and enjoy. What's going on for you? Tonight I'm currently working on a very air quotes business plan. It's more of a roadmap to keep myself on track while I do stuff that I already know how to do, and don't get carried away with it and exhaust myself. Where I can sort of see it in my little overlay, to sort of like get the basics out of like, cool, what is it I'm trying to do? Not trying to do more than that. Think about it is always a good one to look at, and because it's always like a way to be aware of what's going on around you and all that sort of stuff. And looking at what resources I already have, what channels I already have access to, generally sort of like trying to define the value and getting to like focus on that, so I can just like have that as the core thing that I like steer myself by, rather than trying to like go off and chase every single opportunity ever. Oh, hello. Is this my IRL friend? I'm gonna guess so, unless someone has managed to steal a username. But for reminders for IRL friends, we don't use real names here. Well, my own. But oh my gosh. Yeah, so that's what I'm working on tonight. Yes, there you go. Yes, please. Stream Elements has just reminded everyone as well to follow. I am so close. Yes, thank you, Darian. Great. But when I get to, because I've hit all of the other criteria for affiliate somehow. I've only been doing this, I think, for like 2, maybe 3 weeks. But I've already hit all the other criteria. It's not a huge thing. Oh my gosh, I need to make that message shorter. But the 25 followers is the next one. And so as soon as I get to 25 followers, the big thing that I want to be able to do is actually be able to schedule one-off streams. You know, at the moment you can only schedule recurring ones. And I also want to do all the little games and points stuff that exists with the points system. But I don't have access to that yet. But anyway, yeah, so what I'm working on tonight is that like air quotes business plan, and that's all going to be based on like running a couple of experiments, sort of like when I used to do A/B testing and stuff when I was in the tech industry, taking that concept of how an experiment is formed, not the actual like strict A/B testing, and just thinking about like, cool, what is my intention for how I want to interact with the world? How do I want to pay attention to that and see if I'm actually on track for that. What are the conditions for that? And what are the guardrails and constraints? Like, if I am getting a lot of success and you're getting great clients and clients having a lot of success, blah, 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 but I'm working 200 hours, like some ridiculous number, like there's just no point. It doesn't work like that. Oh, well, I'm not very easily rage baited. I'm there's not a lot about myself or anything that I'd ever really care about for that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's okay if they are. The second they take it too far, they'll just get banned. But yeah, so that's what we're doing here tonight. But otherwise, so what I've been doing is, while I am focusing and while we got the focus timer up, I am on mute, and I will come off mute for moments like this where people come and say hi, and I'll come and welcome people in. Hey Cinder, hey channel. I am so tired tonight. By the way, Flowerboy, I do really appreciate you like being aware and like paying attention to that kind of stuff, even if it doesn't faze me. I think that's a really sweet thing that you pointed it out. That does matter a lot to me. And Demas, you don't need to feel like you need to defend yourself if that wasn't your intention, by the way. But if it was, sorry, I'm not very susceptible to that kind of stuff. Because I am too vacant to be able to care. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining. Yeah, basically what I do is, while I am in the focus period, I give some nice background music for everyone to enjoy, including myself, and some lovely company for us to get stuff done or just exist in the world. And then yeah, when lovely people come and join, I do come off mic just to say hi, just to engage for a little bit. But during the break, and we might actually have enough people, if people do want to do it, let me know, because I was going to ask around this point anyway, if people want to play Words on Stream. Because we probably have enough people for us to give that a go. Because yeah, we'll see how it goes. But thank you so much for coming and saying hi. And yeah, I'm gonna go back on mute. I'll be back in 14 minutes when the break starts. And we can have some more chats and maybe play some Words on Stream. Let me know in chat if people do want to play Words on Stream. If you haven't seen Words on Stream before, it's basically everyone, like I have a thing that comes up on the screen. You get to like, it gives you some like letters and stuff, and we have to try and figure out all the words that come out of it. And you just type it into chat. You could also go to the link and you can see it real time, so you don't get the delay. But yeah. So yeah, if people do want to play, and enough people say yes, I will do that in the next break. Otherwise, we'll just have some yaps. Gonna go on mute. Thank you so much. Hello, hello. Alright. So, Super Sweetbot says it's time for everyone to take a break, have some water, check in with yourself, have your meds, do all the things. If you just sit there and don't pay attention to how your body's doing, you're going to regret it later. So have a little moment to just be like, cool, what does my body need? It's almost always going to need some water, so take a sip of water. But we'll start there. And then we'll go, cool, what does the rest of the body need? Now, before I start rambling, do we have enough people? Does anyone want to jump in and say they want to do words on stream? I reckon if we have we've only got a couple of people here at the moment, and people might want to just lurk and hang around in the background. But if we get, I reckon, 2 or 3 people from chat along with myself, we should probably have enough to have a good go at it. But otherwise, I'm having some fun, working on trying to figure out how to take care of myself and direct myself through setting up this new business. So for people that don't have context, I spent 20 years in tech, and I burnt myself the hell out. I don't want to say it exactly like that. There's, puts all the blame on me, but because it definitely was not all on me. That industry is pretty intense, and we'll definitely take advantage of people where it can. But I spent the last 20 years in tech and left a few months ago for many reasons that will not be discussed here. But in that time, there was a lot of other stuff that changed in my life, and so I've been doing a bit of a life reset. And a part of that has been, discovering what I will do, what I want to do next, and just hadn't given some love to. And I used to be a teacher and an educator, and had some very successful businesses on the outside. They were not successful for me. I got wrecked by them. But it was really lovely to still do them. There was very interesting experiences, but the ones that I had the most fun with and I really loved the most and got that community vibe were the ones that were centered around education and helping people grow and do the things they want to do. So I'm going back to that. When I originally did it, it was a long time ago, so I didn't have the skills I have now. And it was very early on in my trying to work out how to run businesses life. And I got distracted by the big shiny things that were the ways that I could do other stuff, like run an agency and do freelance work or whatever, where there was big money projects rather than all these small subscriptions and blah 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 that I used to have, or coaching sessions and mentoring and blah 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 that was paid, people would pay for. That was a mistake to think singular big item was going to be easier or nicer on me. It was not. It was just as hard, and if not harder and more damaging. So I'm going back to rediscover the stuff that I really liked about connecting to people and helping them grow and helping them learn by not doing the same business again, because that old one was too deeply centered in tech, and I don't want to be too deeply centered in tech again, at least not at the moment. I've got feelings around it, but yeah, so now I'm working on this air quotes business plan that is more of a, like, not an actual business plan that you would use to have a discussion with a bank or whatever, but a business plan as in, here's how I'm going to take care of myself and guide myself and give myself some bit of a roadmap so I don't try and do everything all at once. And I know why I want to do stuff so I can have a bit of direction. Because I find that for me, as someone who wants to do all of the things all of the time, direction is a very big thing. It matters a lot. It really helps not try and do everything all at once, and acts as kind of like a filter for just all of the crap that goes through my brain that I just want to try and chase after and then end up not doing anything. So, you know, I've been working on that. I'm doing pretty all right. Probably almost done with the first task of just getting through the basics of just like, who are the people and stuff. This is more business plan stuff, like pretty traditional business plan part. The first few pieces, it's just like, who's the market, who am I going after, blah blah blah. I am trying to be kind of concrete in those ways, but I also want to have some qualitative stuff in there because it matters to me who I can help and who I can, you know, help like grow and stuff. And so there is some like mindset stuff. I feel a bit iffy about how I word that, but things around, like, I do want them to, I do want to like focus on people that do actually want to like not just hustle their way through their career. I want to find and help people that do want to have like a holistic thing. And I think that's where I'm better suited to help and where I can like, more specifically like get into where the deeper details that I want to share here can exist. I don't know. It's gonna be nice. I'm really excited for it. I think that, along with like the streaming, has been really refreshing to just realize, oh, I can focus in and not try and do everything all at once, and it can be really rewarding. I've had some really beautiful interactions here on stream, which has been really nice. And yeah, there's a lot of nice things about like just giving stuff a go. And trying to figure out what we need while we're giving stuff a go as well. And I think one of the big things that I needed was just some people to be around and some direction for myself. And I've been getting that quite a bit in spades recently, which has been really nice because I didn't have that as much, especially the second part. The direction for myself, I didn't have that as much before. And yeah, it was a tough one. But it was good to now, like, you know, sometimes that comparison, the like being able to see where you came from part, especially because like I can see it in my journal, I can see where my brain was at then. It's nice to see how big a difference like that focusing in and like limiting how much I was trying to do all at once and having a bit more direction in those things that I was trying to do, and just generally having people that I'm open with and want to share stuff with, I think has been, really lovely. Now, we didn't get anyone in chat, so we won't be doing words on stream. That's the fun of, this is why I want to grow the channel, is I want to have little ways to like, there's like generally enough people to at least do like silly little games occasionally, or like have silly little interactions. I'd love to be able to just have a place where people can kind of like reliably know there's going to be like even one or two other people there. It doesn't need to be a big community. I'm not looking for a big community. I just want to have some people to hang out with, and for them to like feel like they can have a place where they can go hang out with people too. I think setting up the Discord will help with that too. Yes, specific bot. You are correct. So I am going to finish that first task and start moving on to The second and third, well, first and second in the backlog, I will probably get through pretty quick because I already have a fairly good idea of what those are. Maybe the better one might need to do a little bit of extra research for. But I will probably be done by the next break. As always, yes, check in with your body, see what you need, have some water, and I will be, there's the little overlay, I will be on mute. But I will pop into the back on mic if we have new people join, and so I can just quickly say hi and welcome people in. But otherwise, yeah, I'll be in text chat. Everyone feel free to lurk and just have me in the background. And yeah, as you probably heard then, having people around and having that presence is important to me. So I really earnestly thank you all for just hanging around and being obviously someone vaguely in my virtual vicinity. I think it's really lovely. Yeah, I'm gonna go on mute and I will talk to you all in the next break or when I quickly pop on to welcome anyway. that Pomodoro is over, the focus session is over. I think we are at the weird little lull between certain hours of the night and certain starts to the morning. So I don't know if it's actually anyone or many people hanging around at the moment, but I think by the next Pomodoro, and I might stick around for one more. My energy is sort of coming back, but I'm gonna go have some food before I keep working. We might actually get some people coming in from the West Coast of the US. See how it goes. So where is most of the people that are coming from? I haven't actually looked at that yet. I did see that the other day. Where is it? Discovery? Yeah, most are from the US. Get cute. But yeah, so that was really nice. I managed to get through a ton in that last one and really like get some stuff firmed up in my head around what this business is and why it's a little like what my guardrails are, what it is I'm actually trying to do, and not just like being quite generic with it. It was really nice. It helped me like really lock in on some stuff that I think is going to be hugely useful as a filter. Anyway, so yeah, we're on break. Please like check in with your body. Make sure that you are like having your water as a default. I feel like you can always have some water, but while we're on break, check in with your body and make sure like, do you need to go to the bathroom? Sometimes you don't even realize you're so focused, you just need to check in. Go have your meds, go take care of your body in any way you need, shake your legs out, blah, blah, blah. Think of like, you know, some sort of like kindergarten class or whatever, and teacher getting up and being like, cool, go do all these things and take care of yourself. It's one of those moments. That's what the breaks are for. They help us actually like get through these focus sessions and get the stuff we want to do done while being kind to ourselves. It's also a really good time to be like, what am I doing in the next session? What is the stuff that I want to get done? Did I actually spend that last session the way that I wanted to? Did I actually get the stuff out? Am I ready for those tasks that I'm trying to do at the moment? Do I need to just like put that stuff on pause and be realistic about where my brain's at? For example, some of this stuff I've been having, like, I've had like several goes at, and then today I'm actually starting to hit some strides with it, but a few times I've had to be like, no, this is not my day. Like, this is really important stuff, but it's just not my day. There's no point in me spending my energy on it, because I'm not going to get a result. But yeah, so I hope people had a good session, and I would love to hear about people's sessions if they are still hanging around in the chat and not feeling like just lurking. But I'm gonna go very quickly get some food, and I will be back in probably 5 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. I will keep an eye on the chat though. I'll have a device on me to keep an eye on it. And when I get back, because it probably will be the focus session, if anyone has been here and has wanted to say hi and it wasn't there, I will come and say hi for a second, but then I'll get back to the focus session. But yeah, I'll be back in just a bit. Feel free to say anything in the chat if you would like. Well, not anything, but I will be monitoring the chat so you can still talk to me while I'm away. Alrighty. I don't think we might have some people hanging around and lurking. Welcome if you are here. I am going to extend my session to actually be for, honestly, I don't have 6 in me, but I will do an extra one, so let's do 4 to 5. There you go, cool. I will hang around for another one. I'm getting some good progress, and I reckon I can finish this entire list tonight. And I feel okay in my body and stuff to do so. So I think it's a good thing to just like get done and have ready for tomorrow for myself. But yeah, if you had joined us for the last focus session, this is the break. Definitely have some water, but otherwise check in with your body, see what you need, and also use this as like a time to be like, cool, how did the last session go? Was I working on stuff that I just don't have the energy for or the brain for today? Second. And what was I saying? Oh yeah. If you were in focusing on a bunch of stuff and you just realize like, actually I didn't make the progress that I wanted to and my brain is not doing that stuff, consider maybe it's okay to just put that on pause and handle it another time. If you, or like go and take care of your body and find the like, pay attention to what it is missing in order to be able to actually do that stuff. Because of my health issues and stuff, there's a lot of points where I just need to have a bunch of water, a bunch of salt. I need to put my legs up for a while above my head so I get better circulation. Like, otherwise I end up a drowsy, fatigued mess. I can't concentrate on anything. So check in with your body, see what you need. That stuff will actually help you get through the next session. But yeah, if there are people hanging around and feel like they want to join the chat, please feel free to jump into the chat and tell me how your Pomo went. Tell me what you've been working on. This is, so before I talk about that, I am kind of hoping, because it's meant to be like 7:20 in the morning over in the US now, we might get some people, well, like on the West Coast, we might get some people joining in. We'll see how we go. You know, this is still a baby channel. There's not like a huge crowd that comes in here every time, but I do want to try and make spaces where people feel like there's some other presence around, so that other like people to hang out with and get stuff done with, and importantly to try out new stuff, to do things they enjoy and get to like feel good about, or like rediscover things like that. So yeah, hopefully we will see some people start to filter in. It's a bit of a coin toss. Sometimes I flip that and I say coin toss. It's a bit of a coin toss whether if I don't like go live around this time and instead I'm already streaming, whether people will actually join in. But yeah, see how it goes. I'm very quickly gonna check over in okay, cool. Yeah, cool. So I have been working on my business plan. It does have a lot of the elements of like what most people consider in a business plan. It's not meant to be for something I like give to a bank or whatever, though. It is purely just to be something to keep me on track, and to help me like think and like focus on how I give myself to the business and not just like throw everything at it. Oh, we have another spam bot. I'm gonna get a lot of spam bots tonight. Maybe it's just because I've been like on for a bit longer. Anyway. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, so with these business plans, like I basically try and take it sort of very similar to when I worked in tech, how we would like approach like an A/B test, where we have to think through all of the ways that like what I want. It's a very forced analogy, but all of the ways that I want to do something with the world, like how I want to like engage and interact with the world in some way. For this business, it'll be a lot of like helping people grow, helping people like mentor people, that sort of stuff. That interaction, the intention of those interactions and stuff, I want to be very clear of what those are and what it is I'm going to be paying attention to and trying to do. So I don't, one, try and do everything. There's many things I could try and do, but I want to focus on ones that I'm actually like paying attention to and able to like give some love and thought to. So that's first part. Second part is to actually have like what am I expecting from that? What do I actually want to achieve out of that? What am I, hoping will happen? And a lot of those, some of it's just gonna be like, cool, I'm expecting to be able to get this certain amount of money, or I'm expecting to be able to help these many people, or I'm expecting to help like have this particular kind of reaction from people, or certain types of engagement, or whatever. Like whether it's me testing out, the actual ways that I do mentoring and stuff, and like doing small changes to that, or if it's ways that I try and attract clients or that sort of thing. That's the stuff that I want to like play around with and have some definition of like what I'm expecting will be different when I try certain things. And making those things like not necessarily measurable, but like something I can observe in some way or have some at least instinct around. And then for like the really important part, because this is the part where it actually like keeps me on track, is what are the guardrails, what are the constraints, what are the things that I won't do to achieve that stuff? Because I could go and get a ton of clients and be doing, I probably wouldn't be doing really well in this case, but I could be doing really well at serving them, and I could be like making a ton of money, but I could also be working, from 6 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night, 6 days of the week. And that would destroy me. So I want to have some guardrails, I want to have some constraints, not just from things like how much time I spend and all that sort of stuff, but also like, again, more things that are observable but not necessarily measurable. So like, what is my energy like? Do I actually have energy for the things that are really important? Is my routine dropping in order to meet like what is required in order to achieve the desired outcome of an experiment? If those things are happening, then the experiment's failed, because I still need to be able to take care of myself and give myself energy and stuff. And if I can't do that, then, well, shit, that experiment ain't gonna work. That method of interacting with the world just won't work. So those are gonna be my like bits and pieces that I give a go. That's what I've been working on for tonight with this like Acorn's business plan, and why I sort of refer to it in the topic title as like the anti-hustle version of one. Because it's not about just chasing after everything and doing what I've done in the past, where I've like built businesses from just going hard. It's about actually caring for myself and figuring out how to do that sustainably so I can actually build a business that matches me, and not just go full tech bro capitalism time, which is previous previous vibes, which I do not want to repeat ever again, because they destroyed me. But anyway, so it is now back in the focus. I will be, actually I left the thing on, whoops. I will be on mute. But if people come and say hi, I will come off mic, and I will pop in and say hi for a sec. I will be in text chat the whole time. If you are lurking and want to start chatting, you're always welcome to. If you're chatting and want to lurk, just go silent at any point, and that's totally okay. But yeah, feel free to come and chat, and yeah, hope you're having fun and enjoying this. And I just realized the music has stopped, so let's fix that one before I. Oh, I didn't even see the. Oh no, a wild ghastly's appeared. I want the ghastly. I love ghastly. Whoops. Okay, catch. Okay. Alright, let's get the music started again. Oh no, I've run out of balls. It's so rude. Oh, that reminds me, I also need to, before I get started, I'm going to this music. I'm gonna filter out the Pokemon game from the overlay. Where is it? Do it in Streamlabs. There you go. One name per line. Cool. Pokemon game. Oh, don't tell me it just completely worked. Oh. That's okay. What, did I break it? No, it's not broken. Okay, cool. Yay, not broken. Cool. But yeah, I'm gonna go back on mute. And feel free to join me in the chat if you would like to. Please take care of yourself. Please have some water. Yeah. I hope this focus session goes well for you. Hello, welcome back. I'm sorry for the, I don't know if the printer noises are going from the background, but maybe a few in the morning. Done uni, can't come hang out, jeez. I might have started a little later than I did yesterday, so maybe it was like slightly off. Because I think I started like maybe an hour or two later than I did yesterday. But yeah, I am probably not going to get a huge overlap with me. I'm going to hang around for a little bit. Jeez, what are you doing? Missing all the streams. But yeah, look, honestly, I'm actually wrapping up the bits and pieces and was going to just sort of like start chatting in a sec anyway. Because I've actually had a bunch of luck tonight in getting all my crap done, which is really nice. So, I got through so similar to like stuff I was talking about yesterday. Thank you. How was class and stuff? I'm sorry, I'm at the end of like a bunch of thoughts. But yeah, how was class? How was your adventures today? I got my business plan done today. I'm not like doing a business plan for like a bank or anything, but more of like a here's what'll keep me on track. Here's my guardrails. Here's what I'm actually trying to do, so I don't try and do too much all at once, and treat it more like lots of little experiments and stuff like that, and understand why. But it was. Hell yeah. I'm getting to the point tomorrow where I will have to do one of those shops. Because like my cupboard's getting pretty empty. My fridge is like really looking sad. I've done meal prep and stuff with like what stuff I had, and when I got some like veg and stuff yesterday, but I need to go do like a real big shop, and I'm so excited for it because I'm most definitely going to be treating myself to a bunch of little snacks and stuff. Have you so there's a thing that I do when I go to the shops, which is to reward myself with things. Is there like particular little bits and pieces that you're like, okay, well, because I'm going to go to the grocery store, I'm going to do all these bits and pieces, I'm also going to get myself this little treat. Like, is there bits that you do like that? My like big ones is always like getting a particular energy drink that I find really tasty, if I can find them. There's like very particular brands of like chips and stuff. Different sauces is good. My housemate would like that answer. Oh, I'm so keen. So I feel like that's something that makes a dish sometimes as well. Or like just, I'm so keen for this. Like, it can hugely change like the entire vibe of a dish just having a good sauce. I might add that. I might take that one. That's good. That's a good way to treat yourself. I am because I get so all over the place with trying things. I am worried about what my fridge would look like after a while. I think I would have to meter how often I did that. But I am so keen to see what sauces and stuff you got. Yeah, please, look, you put the idea, it's already yoinked. Like tomorrow I will, well, I might not be streaming tomorrow, but next time you see me, I will have a sauce to talk about and have tried. But yeah, I think like because potato is my soulmate. So I always end up with. By the way, I have also been doing the poker catch thing as well now, so you do have competition. If I have pokeballs left, yes I do. Cool. What was I saying? Yeah, I'll try out like different bits of like whatever frozen potato stuff, or I'll like find some little silly potato-y thing. A lot of the time it is just like chips and stuff too, but broke one of the small jars and it turns out there was a buy two get one free. Hell yeah. I love, well, especially one of the small jars, especially sauce, and if you did it in the bag, that is unfortunate. That is a mess that goes everywhere and is filled with glass. Like that's a tough one. I'm so sorry if that's what happened. But there's also, so I can't have a bunch of things. I can't have gluten. I have to be very careful about how much dairy I have and how much sugar I have. The one that I always forget to actually say, especially on like when I get asked what are your dietary requirements and stuff, is I'm a vegetarian not because of like any ethical reason or environmental reason or anything, just like I literally can't eat meat. Haha, there you go, I won that one. So this is a silly story. This is a lore dump that I can share on stream. When I think I was 10. I don't know how common they are in other countries, but they're not here anymore. But we used to have these like all-you-can-eat Pizza Huts, and good luck finding an all-you-can-eat place in Australia anymore. But yeah, cool. I ate so much ham and pineapple pizza that I was just so sick afterwards, and on the drive home, dang, like that for a place. On the drive home, because it was like for a friend's birthday or something, and I'd gone back to that friend's place, and parents came and picked me up. Just say parent, but I was so sick, and I think it was a bunch of ham and pineapple pizza. I think I just like gone to town on it because I was so excited. Because I can't remember if you're one of the people in one of the streams that I said like grew up incredibly poor, and so like having access to that sort of thing, the scarcity moment, I went to town. I'm like, I will never have this opportunity again. And then I kind of ruined it for myself, and I was like, okay, well, I feel awful, I feel sick, and I was like determined from that point for ages that I'm not eating meat again. That's the reason why I feel sick. This is bad. This is awful, blah, blah, blah. So this 10-year-old me was like, no, I'm never eating meat again. My mum managed to convince me to eat fish at least, because I was a fairly picky eater, and so at least getting some sort of like protein and stuff in me was still important. Very smart of her. But like about a year or so, maybe 2 later, we'd actually moved to the other side of the state at that point, but I was like, no, I'm not eating fish either. Yeah, W mom for that one. But I stopped eating fish as well. Luckily by that point I was slightly less picky and was like eating a bunch of tofu and other bits and pieces. And again, like there was no like necessarily like moral thing or whatever with it. It was just like it didn't vibe anymore. But by the time I got over that whole thing, vegan-ish, like I'm fine. Like I'm not avoiding honey. I still will drink milk and have cheese and stuff. That's more of the actual body issue for that as well. To not have too much. But yeah, basically my body hates a bunch of things because when I started trying to eat meat again, so I started off with very, very processed stuff, like, you know, KFC, popcorn chicken kind of stuff. KFC is an international brand, right? I can't remember. But... Correct. But... I tried to eat some like very processed meat and it worked okay. It was sort of happening, but I could only have like a little bit at a time. Or I started feeling kind of sick. So I was like literally having like one chicken nugget or like a few pieces of popcorn chicken or something. And specifically the ones from like very processed places. It's an important part of it. But then at one point, I tried to eat like I think it was like a chicken breast or something, and it was like organic chicken breast, blah blah blah. That someone had prepared for me and cooked for me as like a way to be like, cool, let's try this. I'll talk about the veggie style burgers that taste like meat in a sec. There's two reasons why I don't generally go for them. But so I tried to eat this like chicken breast within, I can't remember how long, it was such a short period of time. I was so sick in all of the ways. I was like shaking, I was feverish, I was just really struggling. I fully thought it was going to be fine, and it really took me by surprise. And I was then like out of action for days afterwards. I was like so sick. So when I talked to the doctor about it, they were like, well, you know, there's enzymes that break down the proteins, and so because it's been so long, you likely have like all of those enzymes have either like died or like they are like weak or not as many of them, like not a thing that we're like going to check for, but like, you know, it's probably something like that. And so you literally just can't process that stuff and your body tries to reject it and you like go into like whatever response. And so I can't eat meat because my body rejects it now. So I actually accidentally over vegetarianed myself to the point where I would love, there's an Australian trope of having a sausage sandwich when you go to we have a hardware store called Bunnings. Like there is an Australian trope of like going to the hardware store, going to Bunnings and getting a snag. I can't do that. Not just for the meat part, but also because I'm not the celiac, but I can't have gluten, similar set of events. Yeah. Because I have a bunch of autoimmune stuff, I do sugar and dairy are common and are for a lot of people with autoimmune things to make things worse and get the immune system to be more reactive. I am one of those people that happens for. So unfortunately, I do have to be kind of careful. So for example, the other day, I ate a bag of lollies because I was like, fuck it, I want some lollies. For like 2 days after, I had nerve pain all up and down my arm and my side, my hip and my leg, because my body was attacking itself. It was unfortunate. So yeah, my body is a bit of a war zone sometimes. Like it's a rough one for my immune system to figure out what it's meant to be doing. I agree. I also think it's cool of my body to do that. But yeah. So that's why I can't have all of those things. I use that though as a way to go and like check out things, like especially when they like first came out and it was a bit more novel, but all of the novel little things that people, like companies, are making to like meet certain criteria. Because I sit at the intersection of a lot of them, it can be really interesting trying to find ones that are actually like hit all of the things I need it to. And so it's really exciting when I can like try and find something new that I can actually potentially get more regularly. There was actually these little like protein bowl things that were super tasty, and it just so happened that my work started getting them back when I was working at the another place. Yeah, exactly. It's just been experimenting with new stuff, and luckily, like at least in Australia, I found out Spain is actually really good for a lot of this stuff. I don't know why. It doesn't seem to be entirely an intentional thing, I don't think, but it's all very clearly labeled. They seem to have a ton of like stuff that hit all of those criteria. It's wonderful. But I find in Australia there's like usually new stuff coming out pretty regularly. Yeah, I had that kind of vibe, but I hadn't been to any other parts of like EU and what's it called, Schengen, stuff like that. So I sort of like hoped that if I ever go anywhere else, it's kind of like that. But at least Australia is starting to catch up. I think it's been paying attention to what you guys are doing over there. But yeah, so those patties, the burgers that I'm sure. Yeah, Germany I've heard is pretty damn good for that sort of stuff, which makes me really keen. We were going to do like me and the people I live with, as well as like a few others. We're gonna go to the World Pride and like do like a bit of an EU tour, and I was really excited to go to Germany as part of that. So okay, I'll finish my stories because my brain is creating a backlog of them now. Veggie style burgers, I think I don't entirely miss burger meat. Weirdly, I think that is one of the two I mainly miss is sausages, and hot dogs. Kinda, actually, am sadder about missing the vegetarian hot dogs because they can't have gluten and those have gluten in them than I am about normal hot dogs. And what is it? Chicken nuggets and like that sort of stuff. Sausages, hot dogs. And look, I kind of miss like really cheap burgers, but I never really got into like a good burger, which makes me sad. And I never really was like never a big fan of bacon. I never really ate steak. So to be honest, there's not a lot of stuff that I necessarily miss, but I definitely get the cravings for those things. Yeah, wait, when you say missing those, is it just like damn, those things are painfully asked to organize and pay for, or is it look, I used to work as a cook and as a chef. I'm not at that same level anymore. I've definitely lost some skills, especially my knife skills have become abhorrent. But I always love to cook for people. If there was ever, that'd be, look, absolute fantasy at this point, because we're talking about literally the only person who's happening here right now. if it was ever like a giant meat and greet and just cooking for a bunch of people would be such a huge thing for me. That'd be so lovely. But look, yeah, myself and a lot of my dad's side of my family have all had like a lot of varied careers. But yeah, so like I think they're okay, and I've had some places that make pretty okay fake burgers. I don't seek them out. I don't know, I feel like there's a lot more you can do with other ingredients than meat. And again, like, not a moral thing or anything like that, it's just like I've had to learn how to do that. And so now I feel like I can make better food than just like a shitty V2 burger or whatever they're called. Oh yeah, like, you know, TwitchCon in 10 years, let's see. But yeah, so question I love asking people from the EU, like, Australia is, as a continent, almost the size of the United States. Like, it is actually quite big, and it doesn't always look like that on a map, but people don't realize that it, like, the area of Australia is actually almost the same as look, I have some there's some thoughts I have around that one, of like making your own food and stuff. I'm like, for a lot of people that's an expected skill, but for others it's a flex, so I always find that very interesting. But I'm very glad that I'm able to like cook and make nice things for myself and make nice things for people I care about. I really like the presentation part. I really love doing that bit. But yeah, so being someone in the EU, I didn't actually do the thing. Whenever I think about that, I think about the fact that, like, yeah, Australia is like the size of the US, and so us doing interstate travel is actually a huge fucking deal, because when I go from one state to the other, it's about traveling about a third of the continent. And that's wild. That's a huge deal. And if I wanted to go to one of our other major hubs, like over in Perth, that's like I don't even know how long, 72-hour drive or something. Like, it's huge. But I always find it really wild for people in the EU that it seems to be far more accessible to like go to like literally another country, which for someone here in Australia, like, that's a big deal. But I feel like a lot of the responses I get of like, how do you feel about going to another country? It's like, oh, that 2-hour drive or whatever is awful. It's so far away. Like, what would you consider a far journey when you're, as someone from the EU? Because for us, like, a far journey for me is like 12 hours. A normal journey for me is 1 or 2 hours. But yeah, I find it very interesting to see what people say in the EU. Not to brag, like, not to be like, oh, you guys have within EU it's cheaper to. Yeah, that's the other thing, is you guys also have such, I don't know, EU does well. There is the want someday, I think. But I also just really like Australia, but it's so expensive. Like, it's got a lot of issues, but we've got it pretty good here. I think after I have traveled more, there is a good chance I might want to. My family. Okay, cool. So you are totally able to know what a longer journey is. You are. I mean, yeah, coming to Vietnam is almost just as far as coming to Australia at that point. Like, it is a huge journey. That is, yeah. So that's a tough one. Cool. So this is why I do like asking people, because for a lot of people who like, yeah, families are in the EU as well, it's like, cool, a couple of hours is just a massive trip. Absolutely would not. Meanwhile, yeah, if your family's in Vietnam, I feel like you get it. Like doing a long haul flight or doing a big trip is gonna be a bigger deal. Sunrise to guitar. Yeah. That's I feel ya. It's getting out of Australia and going anywhere. But there was someone that said something earlier that I was like, oh my gosh, Mustafa, like, was talking about this yesterday, and I wanted to tell you about that, but that was like 4 hours ago, so my brain has just like totally let that go at this point. It really does. I miss it's like every time I go to like anywhere that isn't like in Oceania, I'm not even bothering. Anywhere that isn't like close by, I am wrecked for like sometimes months. It just screws me. But well, I feel there's a bit of happiness in the fact that I'm like, it sounds like you get the chance to go back well enough that you know what that's like, which feels very nice. I know it's been it could be a absolute fuck around trying to organize all that sort of stuff, and an expensive thing to like have to do. So I'm really glad you're getting to at least do that occasionally. But yeah, I'm tossing up whether to stay on for a little bit longer and do some leaf green and just chitty chat, or to head to bed, because wait, what have I got on tomorrow? Which also, yeah, anyone that was, I realized I got distracted talking to you, Mustafa. Anyone else that was hanging around and has been lurking, we are in the break now. It is good to make sure that you are, as a default, having some water, but check in with your body overall. And if you were finding that whatever you were doing in the last focus period was tough, or your brain just wasn't agreeing with it, potentially a good chance to like be like, okay, why is it not working? What can I do to help my brain? Or is this just not the day for those tasks, and I'll move on to something else, rather than hurting your energy, forcing yourself through it. But yeah, also, yeah, taking meds for those in the US that are starting their day. Hope you're having some like tasty breakfast or something. Yeah, what have I got tomorrow? I have a shit ton that I have to do. I probably have already pushed it a little bit. I should have checked earlier. I have 4 major things that I am doing tomorrow. I'm not a fan of long travels, to be honest, unless I'm moving. Oh, cute. I mean, look, they are such a hassle that's completely fair. Like, it's exactly that kind of makes me like hesitate about ever leaving Australia to go places. I've traveled a ton, which I've been very, very lucky to do. Unfortunately, most of it for work reasons, but yeah, like I feel like there is a lot of comfort to be had in things as they are. But that's sort of the thing, is like, I don't really want to go anywhere unless I can immerse myself in it and live my life in it. I like my life. I like being able to exist as I am. I would love to do that in other places. But I need time and to be able to do that properly. I need to, be fully immersed in it. And I just don't get that if I'm doing little short trips and I just get tired. Good thing is trains can take. Yeah, that's its own wild thing. That fries my brain because it's like, again, I don't know what the general sentiment of like the European Union as a whole is over there, but I feel like that must be one of the benefits of having that, is just like the inter-country stuff must be a lot easier for that sort of stuff. Yeah, we need fast trains. There's the ongoing meme every single time there's an election here in Australia, of like the fast trains coming up, and some party will bring it up, and then it just never happens. I feel like it has been, I think it's like 16 plus years now that they've been talking about it. It's an absolute mess. But yeah, so I was thinking about doing some leaf green today, just to like, because I've managed to finish all my bits. Actually, I can do that when it's done. Pretty much, honestly. It is a pivotal part of our infrastructure. We need to connect a more connected country, blah, 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 blah. We commit to a investigation and report into the feasibility of a more connected infrastructure for Australia. Like, that's the kind of shit that we hear. Yeah, it's bad. But look, I'm hoping one day it gets sorted. We don't have it too bad here. Like, the airlines have gotten pretty icky and money grubby recently, like especially since COVID. But like they're very fast. Like, I can go between where I am and my old, the airport vaguely near my old hometown, with about probably 2 hours of like car/bus travel and a 1 hour flight, less than 1 hour flight. It's pretty good. It's in the same state, but it's, yeah, I don't know, it's still pretty good. And like a lot of our trains and stuff they're long boil down to vote for me and keep in mind to pay tax to get what you want someday when nobody, including us, knows. Well, they don't. They really don't. That really, not to be very corny, but that really does ring true for the whole nothing is certain in this life except death and taxes. Like, my gosh. But yeah, I might stream during the day tomorrow, which would be probably your nighttime, while I'm doing a lot of the same, like the continuation of stuff that I was doing tonight. But it's going to depend on how interrupted my day is going to be, because I have to go to a few appointments and stuff. So for me right now, it is 11:30 p.m. So late, but not super late. Like, it's not 1:26. Probably not. Yeah, I think we're gonna, what's the expression, something in the night? Yeah, about 10-hour difference. That will change again soon, like really soon, because our daylight savings is about to change. But which I will one day have a whole other rant on, because I love talking about time zones and the one man that controls all the time zones and has to, his public Google group list that has all these rich people asking for their private islands to have their time zones changed. I love that. There's a whole thing to talk about there. Life is good. Thank you, super sweet bot. But yeah, so I'm gonna head off. If that's the case, you might get a little bit of overlap with me. I will be your Sunday morning, streaming entirely just like game, like Leaf Green, and no like the co-working stuff will be up, but I'm just gonna be chitty chatting and playing games. If you are around, and if you haven't been tiring yourself out on the night before, but yeah, have a good rest of your day, and hope any other classes you got today go well and study and stuff goes well. And anyone else hanging around and looking in the background, I hope I've started it. It is almost done. I was trying to get it done before the stream today, so I could come, if you did show up, I could come in and be like, I did it. But yeah, no, I realized about half an hour before I was going to start streaming that I was pushing myself a little too hard to try and get it done in time, and I needed a break. So rather than stressing myself out, I was like, I'll try and get it done when I get more time. Probably won't be tomorrow. It might be on Thursday, because I got a little bit of time on that day. But yeah. Anyone looking around, hope it was nice having some company. We do have a few viewers. I might actually raid and stuff. I feel free to like just bugger off from wherever I send the raid. But not that it's going to be like a huge one or anything, but it'll be nice for someone. So let me just actually quickly select that. Who have we got in co-working at the moment? Let's go. Let's get this one. Okay. So I'm gonna send Delta code. Oh, you're so welcome. I was like, wait, hang on. That's right. Mustafa said that there was streamer as well. I need to do that with. Actually, this person also has the Pokemon thing, so I'm gonna put Joel in here. Yeah. Hope everyone has fun. Hope everyone takes care of yourself. Have your water. Make sure you're actually doing stuff that your brain and body are ready for. And yeah, have a good night. I'm gonna start the raid. Oh, apparently I'm not allowed to raid that person, so maybe I don't meet the criteria. What was the one that you suggested? Delta. Right? There you go. Perfect. Let's do it. Okay, I had multiple people say it was unable to work, so maybe there's just not enough viewers right now to move people over. But cool, easy. I will just end the stream and people can go check out Delta Code TV then. But have fun, enjoy your nights or days. Bye.